Good morning, good morning, good morning, beloved. I am so excited to see all of you all and for us to begin day two of our Build Days together. Do me a favor, in your room, at your table, wherever you are, just take a moment and greet the people around you by their name. Good morning and say their name. So let's just take 30 to 45 seconds, greet everybody in your immediate area, and if you don't know them, ask them their name, for there is power in naming folks. So let's just take a couple of seconds and greet everyone around us, and then we'll get started. All right, I hope that felt good to have somebody say good morning to you and to say your name. I want to go over our agenda for today. So our agenda for today is very similar to what it was yesterday. We're going to begin like we are now at 9 o'clock. We're going to take a quick break at the 5-minute mark, at the 10:30 mark for 5 minutes. We'll do lunch, also provided. It will be as delicious as yesterday, I assure you. And then we'll dump into part two at 1 o'clock. Take a quick break at 3 o'clock, and then Jeff Ginsburg, our CEO, will be in conversation with Pastor Michael Walren of the First Corinthian Church in Central Harlem at 3:05. And then we'll give you some directions closer to the afternoon around what that in-conversation will look like and where you'll need to be. All right, so that's our agenda for today. And I am so excited that we have with us one of our special guests who is the author of the text that we all read, and we'll get to that in just 1 second. So I want to remind us of our norms, that as an abolitionist community, our norming in learning and development is grounded in inquiry and practice work by asking bold questions, engaging bold conversations, risking bold assumptions, embodying bold emotions, and inviting bold reflection. Bold questions, bold conversations, bold assumptions, bold emotions, and bold reflection. Just reminded to ground ourselves in our theme for this year's Build Days. In freedom work, reinventing possibility motivates us to act for what is possible and not settle for things as they are, and helps us see the fullness of the humanity of those with whom we live. The words of Professor Eddie Glaude. So today is a really exciting day because yesterday we spent our time really grounding ourselves and our community in the theory of Paulo Freire. For many of you all who are maybe not as in love with theoretical work, you might be wondering, well, how do we do all of this? You told us about this liberation process. We talked about the powers of humility and honor. We talked about this kind of advocacy for communal consciousness. You pushed us to really think about the ways in which we are deconstructing awareness of reality and ourselves in order to make meaning of knowledge. We spent time talking about cognition and emotion as two dimensions of the knowledge process. And that's all phenomenal theory, and it's all grounding everything that we do, all of which will allow us to be able to be aligned as an organization and as a community of teaching, learning, and care around how we serve young people, work alongside one another, and build community. However, today we're taking that necessary transition to our method. So if our theory and our grounding is in the work of pedagogy of the oppressed, our method is in the theory of universal design for learning. Universal design for learning is a theoretical and pragmatic approach to teaching, learning, community, and care that has three fundamental tenets: representation, to be seen; expression, to live out, and engagement to work with. And so we will spend our entire day today navigating the tactical, pragmatic approaches of UDL, Universal Design for Learning, and wrapping our consciousness around how the UDL approach and the UDL framework can really invite our young people and invite ourselves as adults into a higher level of anti-racist and abolitionist pedagogy. I believe that you are in for a phenomenal treat for the time that you will spend with Honored Teacher Fitzgerald, for some of the time that we will spend together in our morning, and in the ways in which we will begin to apply all of the last of yesterday and today, tomorrow in divisions and in our school-based things. So with UDL on our mind, here is our starting reflection. So I'm inviting you to think about yesterday's opening. What held you? What you plan to explore more? And what you plan to focus on? Again, that's what held you, cognitively and emotionally. What you plan to explore more and what you plan to focus on. You're going to take 10 minutes and you're going to write a letter to yourself as a form of reflection coming into the year. You're going to take 5 minutes and you're going to read that letter and identify the 3 to 4 generative words and phrases that capture your imagination more than others. You're then going to take 10 minutes in your table or in your pod or wherever you might be and share those 3 to 4 words and phrases. Talk it out with the folks at your table. And then after that discussion, you're going to take 5 minutes and then you're going to add a postscript, a PS to your letter based on something that resonated out of the conversation you had with your table or with your pod. Again, I'm going to walk them down just to make sure we're clear. 10 minutes to actually write our reflection letter, grounded in everything that we journeyed through yesterday. 5 minutes identifying the generative words and phrases that are really capturing our imagination more than others, birthed out of our letter. 10 minutes to share those words and phrases at your table. And if you want to offer 1 to 2 lines about why those words and phrases, certainly feel free. And then after that discussion, you're going to take 5 minutes, you're going to come back to that letter, and you're going to add a PS to yourself based on something that resonated. If we are clear, then get your laptop out, get some paper, get a couple of index cards, get a notepad, a legal pad, whatever you need to feel successful in this moment. And we're going to begin to dive into this reflection for, as you see, it's approximately about a 30-minute exercise. And at 9:40, we will make our shift to Honored Teacher Fitzgerald, who will guide us through Universal Design for Learning. Enjoy this reflection, and I look forward to visiting your rooms now to see the ways in which you're thinking about what held you, what you plan to explore more, and what you plan to focus on. Think I might be over my troubles, since you can't keep my eyes.
Something struck me. Oh, lately, I've been caught up in my mind. Oh, it's so hard to see. When I was feeling down, you saw right through it all. Oh, I could not fake it, no matter how I tried. Ooh, you kept my aching heart. You can't get around. So many signs must be alright by now. There's a reason why. I think it might be over my trouble. They've been there for so long now. Ooh, suddenly I think of tomorrow. Hey, since you can't keep around. I feel like the only one found out the reason why. I was just lonely, but since you came around, all I see is tomorrow. When you hear me calling, oh, it's you and me. Yeah, 'cause I cannot fake it. No matter how I feel, yeah. 'Cause you hear my aching heart. When you come around. So many signs I must be alright by now. There's a reason why. Oh, I think it might be over my troubles. They've been there for so long now. So it's over. Suddenly I think of tomorrow. Yeah, since you can't keep around. I feel like me. I found out the reason why. I was just lonely, but since you came around, all I see is tomorrow. Sometimes I can feel it coming, like a moving tide. Yeah, I pack my things and start running, 'cause I can't face it on my own. But when you're by my side, I feel strong. No need to lie with you. Made up my mind. It is you that I will follow. I said it's our time, yeah, and I won't wait till tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. Oh, No, I'll wait till tomorrow. The rain is like never ending. Oh, it's a moody sign. But your eyes make me forget it. Oh, 'cause they light up the sky. 'Cause when you're by my side, I feel stronger. No need to hide, no need to hide. 'Cause I made up my mind. It is you that I follow. Said it's a third time, yeah. And I won't wait till tomorrow. Yeah. I can't wait till tomorrow. No. Wanna be by your side. Don't need to run or hide. I'm with you. Let me go for one day. Let me lose myself again. Give me something for the pain. Always trying to pretend I'm not living just a lie. Broken heart and shattered lives. Let me go for one day. Let me lose myself. I know I'll be sweating. I know.
At this time, you should be shifting to that 5 minute mark where you're beginning to identify and really think about the generative words and phrases that are capturing your imagination more than anything else in the reflection that you just wrote. I'm going to invite all of us in a moment where I know it can be difficult to sit with oneself and to write for 10 minutes, to really take that role of reflection seriously, grounding ourselves in what Freire shared. The Freire shared that to constantly be in a state of production and action without a moment to pause and to reflect is really us acting for acting's sake, producing for producing's sake. Invite yourself to step away from whatever might be calling you to want to act on right now. That email, that call, that text, that work-related issue, and be with oneself in a moment of reflection as you really wrestle with who you want to be as you come into this day, as you come into this academic year, and as you think about the way that you will show up for young people, the teachers that you work alongside, the leaders that you support, and our entire community. So shift to those words and phrases, then begin to have some discussion with your table groups around what is really resonating for you, what's really resonating in the depth of your humanity, and then go back and add a postscript to your letter, something that I hope you will share, hold on to, and reference as we go throughout our year as a point of self-accountability. So you have about 20 minutes left in this exercise, and then we'll be making our shift about 9:40. See you soon.
Someone now help me see it. Oh. Help me free this feeling. Sometimes I'm all about the easy way. Sometimes I go for the gold. I never thought you were easy, friend. I just knew I was wrong. You probably knew all along what my intentions were. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, baby. I want your lights to be burned, 'cause I can see the light of love shining, baby, from behind those bedroom eyes. When I see the light of love shining, don't you know that I just wanna hear you sigh? Here we are, back at your place. You put on my reggae. Oh, won't you come a little closer, baby? Tonight's gonna go our way. Yes, I can see the light of us shining, baby, from behind those bedroom eyes. And when I see the light of us shining, don't you know that I just wanna hear you sigh? How many wonderful things can really happen in the course of one life? As if the darkness could reign and just took off to fly. I can see the light of us shining, baby, from behind those bedroom eyes. When I see that light of love shining, don't you know that I just wanna hear you sigh? Don't you know that I just wanna hear you sigh? Don't you know that I just wanna hear you sigh?
Grammarly helps you work more efficiently, which makes accomplishing your work goals easier than ever before. Get full sentence rewrite suggestions so you can say what you mean faster. Powered by over 1 billion user interactions, Grammarly's instant suggestions help you quickly polish your writing. Use Grammarly to select multiple corrections at once. Instantly accept grammar, spelling, and punctuation suggestions with a single click. Getting things done never felt so good. When you work more efficiently, you have more time for other things, like spending time with the people who lift you up, and rewarding yourself after a busy and successful work week. Download at Grammarly.com. It works wherever you do. Try it today.
When we're with our friends, it's definitely something in the air. So let's take it from there, 'cause I know you want it. A relation, and I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow? it's time we stop tipping on our toes. What's holding you back now, sugar? 'Cause I don't know you want it. Afraid to let it show. And I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow? Why don't we let it grow? Why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? It grows strong every day. Keep it away, no. Grow, 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 grow. It grows strong every day. Just can't keep it away. Oh, make you move for someone. Taste place. I know how you feel, but you're scared to say to my face. I still know you want it. Afraid to let it show. And I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow? Why don't we let it grow? Why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? It grows stronger for every day. We just can't give it away. Grow, 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 grow. It grows stronger for every day. We just can't give it away. Yeah, take some place. I see you watching me when we're with our friends. There's definitely something in the air. So let's take it from there. So let's take it from there. Why don't we let it go, 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 go? I know you need it. Why don't we let it go, go, why don't we let it? Why don't we let it go? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. They say love don't cost a thing. There's hearts for cards, but cash is king. Fancy cars and diamond rings. I won't get caught in all that greed. So come and take a fucking piece. There's all the freedom you need. And go spread your love for the people's great need. Take a walk in peace and hear what I'm saying now. The world is obsessed with material things. It's time to throw away your selfish needs. Let's let your words agree how your actions speak. I'm here to talk, not trying to preach. So come and take a walk in peace. There's all the freedom you need. Back to the rule, we gon' make it big one day. We gon' make it big, I say. We gon' make it big, just stay in it. Stay in it. You more, you more. Spend all the roses, spend all the roses. You more. You woke up from the wild, how is he smiling back? Ripped job, brand new one, just got it off in November. See it in your eyes, we too many heartbreaks, feel like a bride. Let the flame burn out for a while. Let the flame burn out for a while. Stay in the moment, stay in the moment. You moment. Give you more. Spend all the roses. Spend all the roses with me. Just give you more. Give you more.
All right, we are coming down to the last 5 minutes. You should be adding that postscript, finishing up your conversations, and then we are going to shift into our work together this morning, which will really set the framework for UDL, how we're thinking about engagement, representation, and expression. What does honor mean when you think about your lesson planning, your unit planning, and how you're coming into building your classroom culture and context? And then from there, we will have an opportunity to engage with the text a little bit, and then we'll take a break. We will go to lunch, and then at 1 o'clock, everybody who can still hear my voice right now, you will transition down to the gym at 1, where you will be engaged with Honor Teacher Fitzgerald in an afternoon session that really allows you to be able to put all of what we're going to be talking about this morning into real-time practice. So now let's just take 2-3 minutes, close up what you need to close up, bring that letter to a close, share your final thought, and then I look forward to beginning to set the framework for UDL for us. I will see you in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I was just told you couldn't hear me. I was running my mouth and y'all couldn't hear me. My bad. I'm so sorry. I forgot to press the unmute on the live stream. Let me start over. I said I'm excited because we're going to be spending our time together doing three things. I can make this even quicker than I did before. We're going to be spending our time together doing looking at power, looking at honor, and looking at on-ramps. All right, we're going to be spending our time this morning looking at power, looking at honor, and looking at on-ramps. I keep getting the same message of people saying they can't hear. I hope you can hear now. I just need to unmute the live stream. So if there's a facilitator or a scribe or a guide in your room, somebody who has risen up to really help to give some structure and some context to making sure we all stay on task, do me a favor. I want you to just grab 3 pieces of chart paper. On one piece of the chart paper, you're going to put the word power. On the other piece of chart paper, you're going to put the word honor. And on the third piece of chart paper, you're going to put the phrase on ramps. You're going to put power on one. You're going to put honor on one. You're going to put on ramps on one. And you're going to post those three pieces of chart paper somewhere around the room. All right? Power, honor, on ramps. And put those up around the room. I hope that is super clear. Now, in order to bring ourselves into this moment together, I have a community builder. Community builder that I think you will hopefully find fun, but also helps to begin to demonstrate the elements of, great, you're back, the elements of UDL, which were, again, representation, expression, and engagement. Representation, expression, and engagement. What you should be noticing throughout the course of our day together is you're going to see multiple moments where facilitators or presenters or guides are utilizing the principles and dimensions of universal design for learning as a way for us to see how our work lives out in real time. All right. So if you're ready for your community builder, let me hear you say, oh yeah. I said, if you're ready for your community builder, let me hear you say, oh yeah. I said, if you're ready for your community builder, let me hear you say, oh yeah. All right, here we go. So for our community builder this morning, here's how we're going to spend our time. The power of lyrics, tune, and song carry a vibration that can rapture, transcend, and empower. Music makes you feel good, and it can do so much more. So music makes you feel good, and it can do so much more. Each pod needs to create a playlist for justice. Each playlist can only have 5 songs. Each playlist must have at least one woman, one person of color, and one non-American artist. Then you're going to post the playlist on chart paper in the room, and you have 15 minutes to achieve this. All right? You have 15 minutes to achieve this. Each pod needs to create a playlist for justice. Your playlist can only have 5 songs. You must have at least one woman, one person of color, and one non-American artist. Post the playlist on chart paper in the room, and you have 15 minutes to achieve this. I want to lift up number 2. Number 2 is that regardless of what you think, you can only have 5 songs. Not 10, not 12, not 5A and 5B. No. 5. You get 5. One has to be a woman, one has to be a person of color, and one has to be a non-American artist. The time is now on my watch, 9:45. You have 15 minutes to do this. So I will be back at 10 o'clock. I know there's a delay for some of you. I'll be back at 10, and at 10 o'clock, we'll dive right into UDL. Let's get those playlists started. 5 songs, one woman, one person of color, at least one non-American artist, posted in the room. But there must be some agreement and some collaboration on this playlist for justice. I'll see you soon. All right. Those playlists should be coming to a close. Your playlist for justice should be coming to a close. All right, 5 songs. At least one woman, at least one person of color, and at least one non-American artist. All right? They should be coming to a close. All right, in order to ground ourselves together, there's no better way to ground ourselves in the work of somebody than to hear it from their own voice. So we're gonna take a moment and we're gonna watch a little clip from Andretisha Fitzgerald explaining some of the concepts relative to the idea of honor and power. Then after that, we'll come back and we'll kind of walk through some of those concepts and what they mean for us, how we apply them to our lived work together. And then we'll hear her voice again to ground us in a second concept, and then that'll get us to a moment where we can take a quick little break.
Anti-racism is a choice. It's actually a series of choices. It's a series of decisions to either uphold or to dismantle racist systems. This book, Anti-Racism, combined with the power of universal design for learning, tears down barriers. It helps teachers to see the impact of their decisions and the consequences of their indecision. We have to move. We have to change. We have to grow as learners to empower the learners in front of us.
All right. So in that brief opening clip, Andretisha invites us to recognizing that in order for universal design for learning to really be effective, we must be clear that universal design for learning is in many ways, an opportunity for us to engage and to embody in the anti-racist work that we've been called and committed to do. Before we go too deep, let me pause right now in this moment and thank 2 folks in particular. I want to thank Julia Arrington, who is our Senior Director of Inclusive Learning and Equity, who really looks at our secondary schools and some of our leadership programs with Sarah Caney, our Deputy Sup. And I'd also like to thank Desiree Cabral-Jenga, who is our Deputy Superintendent for Early Learning in elementary schools. It is their intellectual genius and their capacity to build phenomenal content that really is the foundation of this presentation that we'll go through today. They allow us to really be able to have a clear 3-part framework around honor, power, and on-ramps that will really be an invitation into the work we will do this afternoon with Andretisha. Grounding us then in the work that we will do together is we return to a word that we saw yesterday with Freire, which is the word reflexivity. The word reflexivity is the idea in UDL that you examine your own beliefs, judgments, and practices. Reflexivity, this idea of reflexing, responding to stimuli, is questioning one's own taken for granted assumptions. If you were to pause and think about your first year in the classroom, think about what it looked like when you were designing your first board, or you got a chance to pick your first door hanger, or you were trying to figure out what border were you going to use for your bulletin outside. And when you came into the classroom, you came in with this kind of joy and a kind of glee, but you also came into that classroom with a set of assumptions. A set of assumptions around young people, a set of assumptions around community, a set of assumptions around pedagogy, a set of assumptions around design, a set of assumptions around planning, assumptions around execution, assumptions around assessment, assumptions around progress monitoring, assumptions around project-based learning, assumptions around what a high quality, rigorous question looks like. Reflexivity is an invitation that pauses us to think about what assumptions do we have in our collective toolkit that might be preventing us from being able to embody representation, expression, and engagement with our young people. In Universal Design for Learning and Anti-Racism, Tisha pushes us in this idea of reflexivity, thinking about one's own beliefs, judgments, and practices, to really pause and take seriously what we believe to be true about ourselves and our own practice. Here are 5 indicators that I want you to sit with for a few minutes. 1, you are more important than the systems we serve. You are more important than my personal preferences. You are more important than the way content is packaged. I am willing to learn about you to help you reach your life goals. You are important, and I will honor you with instruction that holds you accountable and empowers you to take ownership of your own learning. I want you to think about yourself as a teacher. I want you to think about yourself as a facilitator of learning, of community. And I want you to begin to wonder within yourself, when I engage with my students, when I build the conditions in my classroom through the ways I lesson plan, through the ways I annotate the curriculum, through the ways I read the text ahead of time to think about little so-and-so who I know might see him or her or their self in this particular moment. I want you to begin to wrestle with this question here. I want you to begin to wrestle with which of these statements are more evident to me when I think about my school, or if you're new to us, when you think about the last school you were in. So you're going to take a few minutes, you're going to look at these statements again. You are more important than the systems we serve. You are more important than my personal preferences. You are more important than the way the content is packaged. I am willing to learn about you to help you reach your life goals. And you are important. And I will honor you with instruction that holds you accountable and empowers you to take ownership of your learning. The thing about those 5 indicators. And what I want you to do now, somewhere on a piece of paper, is I want you to rank those indicators as you think about yourself, your school, or your last school. The one that is less evident, whether within or within your context, will get a number 1. The one that is most evident within yourself or within your context will get a number 5. And then you will wrestle with the others from 2 to 3. All right? So you're going to take a couple minutes. Let's just take 5 minutes and do this. 5 minutes. And you're going to rank these from 1 to 5, from the what is less evident in you or in your school context to what is most evident to you or your school context. Take 5 minutes and do that now. All right. I wonder, what do you notice? What do you notice within yourself as you had to sit and rank from less evident or least evident to most evident, these indicators of how your students might experience you as an educator, how your students might be experiencing your school context, or how your students might be experiencing the ways in which you and a co, or you and a resident, or you and a coach interact with one another? Hopefully this moment of reflexivity allowed you to do what Anartisha guides us to do, which is to question our own taken for granted assumptions about ourselves and our context, but to also examine our beliefs, our judgments, and our practices. Let's hear now some words from her again.
So on the screen here is a picture. And depending on how you would like to learn or how you would like to take this part in, I'm inviting you to take a look at the picture, but I want to read to you a small section of the book today. And I'm using the book Anti-Racism and Universal Design for Learning that I wrote. I'm reading from it so that I can capture the message without trying to memorize it. So this is my support for myself today. So imagine walking down a dark alley. You feel like it may be dangerous, but you also feel like you have no alternatives to get where you are going. There isn't much light, just a flickering bulb in a streetlight that is casting shadows right as you walk. There are sounds that you really don't recognize, but you have to keep walking. There is no other choice. As you walk, you hear the sounds of voices. You turn around, but you don't see anyone there. You pull your hood down so that you can see more clearly, just in case. You arrest the thought of danger, the possibilities, and just keep walking. You hear some shuffling and turn around just in time to see a cat scurrying through some leaves. You pick up your pace just a bit and begin thinking that your car is nearby. Just get to the car, just get to the car, you chant to yourself as motivation. As you near the end of this tight passageway, you see that your car is in sight. You hear what is undoubtedly footsteps behind you. You pick up your pace to a jog. You hear hurried breathing and turn around to see someone barreling towards you as quickly as they possibly can. You're not sure if you will make it to your car. You are not sure if this is a life or death situation. Your muscles are tense, your adrenaline soars, your mind races as you wonder. Pause. That feeling, that fear, that rush, that adrenaline, that is the same feeling that many Black and Brown learners experience in the learning environments that we create. That fear, that uncertainty, that not knowing what will come next or if it will harm me or help me, that feeling. Pause there. That feeling, that is what I want you to think about today as we structure learning environments, as we rethink teaching and learning for Black and Brown children, as we talk explicitly about why anti-racism is needed and why universal design for learning helps us to build environments where people are safe, where learners know for sure that they belong, where they don't have to run away or have their amygdala hijacked because of fear and uncertainty, but they will know that they belong, that they are safe, and that the environment has thought ahead for them. Can you imagine?
So I want you to hold on to those words, those ending words. Hold on to that image, that dark alleyway that you're trying to navigate, but you want to be safe. You want to not just be safe, you want to know that the conditions of the environment have been so thought about ahead of time for you that you can navigate to your point of safety in order to be well, in order to belong. Imagine that Fitzgerald in particular grounds her work in an experience that happened in Cleveland with the murder of Tamir Rice. And so that analogy and that imagery of what it means for our young people, particularly those who identify as Black and brown and non-white and economically vulnerable in this community, to find points of safety. Safety, where the power dynamic and the honor code and the sense of belonging all work together in community to ensure that they are well. Fitzgerald says that the standard, when you are beginning with honor, the standard does not change because of situations or hardships. The standard is communicated. And the road to reach the standard is paved with flexibility. A generative word moment. You should have flexible somewhere. Regardless of the color of skin, disability, socioeconomic status, or home situation, anti-racist teaching demands excellence in a way that communicates honor to the learner. What is the difference between offering help and designing a course that is helpful to every student? What makes the difference is honor. The notion of honor is important to the successful implementation of UDL. We begin with these words in part to break a often misguided assumption. One of the most prevalent misguided assumptions around teaching and learning, around universal design for learning, around planning high quality pedagogy, is that what we do is we help students. But what Andra Tisha shows us is that universal design for learning calls and compels what we referred to last year in our field days as the impossible demand. The idea that rigor and excellence and accountability and the standard of greatness does not change on the basis of hardship, but rigor, accountability, and the standard of excellence is in many ways paved with multiple points of entry, multiple points of expression, multiple points of engagement and representation, whereby all young people in our courses, in our classes, in our communities feel safe, seen, heard, and as if they have a sense of belonging. That ultimately is honor. Honor, according to Fitzgerald, is most often communicated in the actions that answer this question. Who is most important? Think about it. In Pedagogy of the Oppressed, the banking model says that the teacher is most important as the pourer of knowledge. And the problem-posing educational method says that it is the young person that is important. Well, in UDL for Fitzgerald, in an anti-racist sense, it is that same premise that we communicate honor by ensuring that the person or persons who are most important in our school communities are not the educator in the room, but the most important person in our communities that we must plan for, we must think about, we must execute alongside of our young people. Be aware of these issues of power. Be aware of these following five. When Fitzgerald unpacks this idea of power, I want you to notice what's happening here. I want you to think about how aware are you as you navigate your seat as an educator of these five codes of power. How aware are you that issues of power are enacted in your classroom? How aware are you that there are codes or rules for participating in power and that there is a culture of power? How aware are you of the rules of the culture of power and how those rules are a reflection of the rules of the culture of the people who have power? How aware of you, if you don't already participate in that culture, of being told explicitly the rules of acquiring power, making it easier? And how aware of you are of those who have not just the most power, but how aware are you of the fact that you are willing to acknowledge the fact that power even exists? But this is not just about your awareness. The power of Fitzgerald's text is that we must always ask and pose within ourselves, how aware are our young people of our codes of power? Are young people aware of the issues of power enacted in classrooms? Have we designed our lessons in ways where we have created codes or rules for participating in power? Is our unit and our lesson plan designed to privilege young people who live into a particular identity? Right? Think about your lesson plan, your unit plan, the way you frame your introduction to the lesson, the way you introduce what you're wrestling or grappling with, also known as an objective. Do you create space in that aspect of power for our young people who are multi-language learners, for our young people who have IEPs, for our young people who are neurodivergent? Are there opportunities to deconstruct power in your work in order for those young people to see themselves represented with honor? For every young person to come into your classroom and have a sense of importance. So I want you to think about your schools, your classrooms, your programs, your grade teams, wherever you are. And I want you to wrestle with this for 10 minutes. You're going to do a stop and jot, and then you're going to get into groups of 3 to 4. You're going to get into groups of 3 to 4 to share out. Where do you see evidence of these 5 aspects of power? Where do you see the evidence of these 5 aspects of power? And on a scale of 1 to 0, or 0 to 10, excuse me, 1 to 0, on a scale of 0 to 10, what is your ability to recognize those codes of power that operate in the classroom? And then I want you to offer one piece of evidence. So where do you see evidence of these 5 aspects of power? And what is your ability on a scale of 0 to 10 to recognize the codes of power that operate in classrooms? And you're going to offer one piece of evidence. This evidence, very similar to the CEI protocol, the Clay Evidence and Impact Protocol that we've really embraced. It should be a piece of evidence grounded in something objective, something that we can see, sense, feel, hear, that's clear, that's measurable, that's understandable. All right? So we're going to take 10 minutes. You're going to identify where you see the 5 aspects of power in our classrooms. You're going to indicate somewhere on a scale of 0 to 10 your ability to recognize those codes of power that operate in the classroom. And you're going to offer one piece of evidence. One piece of evidence that grounds your ability to recognize the codes of power. So if you say that you are a 10, there should be a piece of evidence provided to demonstrate your 10 level of ability to recognize the codes of power that operate in classrooms. All right? And then you're going to provide in your stop and jot some evidence of these 5 aspects of power in your school, in your classrooms, in the program that you support, or in your grade teams. We're going to take 10 minutes and do this activity. 5 minutes to write it out. Actually, let's take 15. Let's take 15. We'll do 5 to 7 minutes to stop to do our jot, and then we'll spend the rest of our time having our discussion in teams of 3 to 4. So you have 15 minutes for this. So you have about 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes, all right? 3 more minutes. Where do you see evidence of those 5 aspects of power? And what is your ability to recognize codes of power that operate in the classroom? You're offering one piece of really grounded and clear evidence. All right, let's bring this part to a close, and you should go on break. So you have about a 5 to 7 minute break. I'm gonna get back started at 10:55 my time. All right, I'm gonna get started at 10:55 my time. If you have a delay, you know how to calculate that. Take a break, and I'll see you at 10:55. Thanks. All right, welcome back. Welcome back to part 1, letter B of our time together as we keep diving in. So we looked at the old code of power, and how that old code of power inhibits and prohibits honor from living in our classroom. Fitzgerald offers us a new code. She says in her text, honor says, I see you. I am learning from you. Where's that concept of learning from and learning with, right? Very Freirean. I acknowledge you. You are welcome here. You belong. Your success is my mission. In this new code, this new honor code, here is the inverse of the old code. In the new honor code, you recognize that the power structure exists, both historically in the past and present. You acknowledge the purposeful intent and actions of abolishing the limitations of a power structure at hand. In the new honor code, you reflect the code of honor by empowering each member, all means all, each member of the learning community daily in the structures, supports, and choices available. In the new code, you make an effort to invite members of the learning community into positions of authority, power, and decision-making, even if it means taking yourself out of power to do so. In the new code, you create opportunities for members of the learning community to make powerful decisions that govern their best possible outcomes. I want to take us back to this question here. That the honor question is ultimately grounded in the ways that we as educators answer one question. Who is most important? And in the new code, this new system of honor, the new system of honor acknowledges that it is the student that is the most important participant in the learning community. And because the student is the most important participant in the learning community, it is the student in whom we are grounding all of what we do. It is because of the student that we must acknowledge our actions and the intent of abolishing the limitations of power. We must reflect the code of honor by making sure that every student in our classroom is fully supported in the way that that classroom is structured, the way the lesson plan has built-in intentional supports, the way our intervention and differentiation choices are outlined and explained, the ways in which students access and lean into positions of decision-making, selecting text, selecting assessment questions, determining how they want to move about, determining where they sit and why they sit there, determining how they are represented and what name they are called, determining the ways in which they want to share out their learning, determining whether they want to be assessed in oral tradition or in the written word. By engaging students in positions of power, authority, and decision-making, even if it means taking yourself out as an educator to do so, that, for Fitzgerald, is what it means to begin with honor. If you think about this new code of honor, and you think about Freire's 4 steps of liberation. Step 1, investigating problems in community. Step 2, engaging previous knowledge. Step 3, identifying generative words and phrases. And then step 4, making space for discussion or dialogue. Think about those 4 steps of liberation from yesterday. And put those 4 steps of liberation in conversation mentally with this new code. These 5 dimensions of the new code, the code that recognizes power, the code that acknowledges the purposeful intent and actions of abolishing limitations, the code that empowers each student in the learning community daily in our structures and supports, the code that invites those students into positions of authority, power, and decision-making, and a code that ensures that students within that learning community know how to make decisions to govern their best possible outcomes. If you put that new code in conversation with Freire, where do you see connections between these two frameworks? And what potential lay in marrying these frameworks for the benefit of our learning communities? I want you to offer one connecting example. So with somebody next to you, get a partner, and here's your question. Where do you see connections between these two frameworks, the new code and Freire's 4 steps of liberation? This is a moment for you to just pause and process with a partner. PQ'd, you're pausing to process with a partner. And you all need to collaboratively identify one connecting example where the new code and Freire's 4 steps of liberation lay and work together for the benefit of our school communities. All right. Let's come back. I hope you had an opportunity to really have some robust discussion, to really think about the deep connections that lay between these two concepts, both of which build on one another, really, and offer us the kind of beautiful intersection of what it means to create abolitionist spaces of teaching and learning. So, when we talk about universal design for learning, and we talk about universal design for learning in an anti-racist context, there are 4 dimensions of a matrix that are critical. There are 4 dimensions of a matrix that are critical. Those are active and passive. Those are intentional and intended. Active and passive, intentional and intended. Do me a quick favor. As a class, as a pod, you should have 3 pieces of chart paper somewhere. One that says power, one that says honor, and one that says on-ramps. We don't need the on-ramp one right now, but we do need the power and we do need the honor. I'm going to say those 4 matrix indicators again. And as a pod, I want you to decide collaboratively where each of those indicators go best. Where does active live? Is active connected to power? Or is active connected to honor? Or is active connected to both power and honor? Where does passive live? Is passive a form of power? Is passive a form of honor? Is passive both power and honor? Or is it neither? Similar to active. Is active neither? Is active neither a form of power or a form of honor? Think about the concept of intentionality. Is intentionality an aspect of power? Is intentionality an aspect of honor? Is it an aspect of both? Or is it an aspect of neither? Think about what it means to be intended to do something. Intent. Is intent a form of power? Is intent a form of honor? Is intent both? Or is intent neither? You do not have a lot of time to complete this. You have 3 minutes as a pod to decide where active, passive, intentional, and intended should be located. Take those 3 minutes now. All right. So when we talk about active is to act from within with force. It's an inherent movement. Anything that is active instruction, active teaching, active planning, active execution, active progress monitoring, active class oversight, active assessment, active design, active unpacking, active internalization, active co-planning is an action that is from within with force. You must live into and lean into a thing that is active. Whereas something that is passive is to be acted on by an external entity. Something that is passive is very similar to like putting a coin in the ocean. That ocean is going to carry that coin. That coin is not actively participating in moving itself. The ocean is what's moving it. But if you put a speedboat in the ocean, the speedboat has the power from a place of activity or being active to drive its own force from motorized within. So to be active is very similar to jumping into the ocean on a utility that you have control over that moves you toward a place or to a moment. Whereas being passive is like jumping into an ocean with just one's body holding still and allowing that ocean to passively carry you into the deep water. In much the same, our pedagogy, our planning, the ways we design with young people in mind, the way we do the work of anti-racist instruction and anti-racist pedagogy is by living into spaces where we have to decide, are we going to be active abolitionist educators, active universal designers, where we are jumping into the ocean of curricular possibility, into project-based possibility. We are jumping into the ocean of informal assessments and formal assessments, and we are going to actively, from within, create mechanisms that help our young people move, or are we going to be educators that jump into the deep sea of abolitionist work and allow ourselves to simply be passively guided? We're going to just wait and see what happens. We're going to just do the thing and hope that the thing takes us to a particular outcome, because those are the two options, active or passive. But then we have intentional and intended. So anything that is intentional, as you know, is to act deliberately and purposefully without accidental or incidental intent. In other words, when somebody is doing something with intention, it was a premeditated, planned thing. It was not done by mere accident. It was not done by happenstance, but there was a kind of deliberative process that occurred both within one's consciousness, cognition, both within one's emotion, or sensation, in order to determine how one was going to act. All right. So when we talk about intentional planning, intentional design, intentional instruction, intentional assessment, we are grounding ourselves in the reality of deliberate and purposeful decision-making in order to ensure particular outcomes are achievable. Converse to that, though, is we have what is intended. Something that is intended is something desired, potentially even planned. It's something that you had in mind to do, or something that you had in mind to act on. Our intended acts or our intended decisions are decisions that were often well-meaning, that potentially were even thought out to some degree, but ultimately did not achieve impact. I hoped to design a blank. I was planning on creating a so-and-so. I really desired to read the text in advance this weekend. You had this kind of hopeful, innate longing to do the thing, but the thing didn't get done. Right? So in our lives, anti-racism must be active and not passive. It must be the speedboat in the deep waters that are rearing its engine in order to move about. It must not be like the coin tossed into the deep waters, allowing the waters to do all the work. And UDL has to be intentionally implemented. There must be a deep and profound sense of deliberation and purpose. You must think through every single move you make. From the moment you conceive of that standard that you need to address, to the moment that you assess whether or not young people are learning, UDL is steeped in a place of deep intention. And success for all students must be more than passion. You'll notice here on this matrix that there are multiple ways in which one could go, but in an anti-racist universal design for learning context, we are called to move from being intended and passive. I really thought about doing that thing, but I'll just see what happens. To intentional. I'm going to do blank. I'm going to plan blank out. Now, you might not have implemented it, which means you're still passive, but you did the deliberate and intentional work to design the access point for there to be representation, for there to be expression, and for there to be engagement. But that's not enough. You've gone from, I had hoped to do that thing, we'll just see what happens, to I planned deliberately to do this thing, but I didn't implement it, so we'll see what happens. Over to, I planned to do that thing. Oh man, I was really planning to do that thing. But you know what? I'm gonna get in here and I'm just gonna rear their engine. I didn't really plan, I didn't really think it out. I hope to be intentional about young people and their perspectives and their expressions and their voices and their lived experiences and their choices and their decision-making and power and structure. I thought about it, but I didn't plan it. So let's just give caution to the wind. Let's just drive our engine and let's see where we land. We don't want to be there either. We do want to be in a place that is both intentional and active, a place that says, I deliberately thought about every young person. I thought about my students who are MLL students. I thought about my young people who have IEP. I thought about my neurodivergent learners. I thought about my oral learners. I thought about my learners who need more visual stimulation. I thought about my learners who have some sensory who have some sensory needs and opportunities. I thought about my learners who don't have as robust social emotional health right now. And I deliberately and intentionally pulled apart every dimension and every aspect of my lesson plan in order to really drill down and to think about how do I support those learners. And not only did I deliberately plan for those learners, but when I showed up in front of them, instead of just assuming that my intentional and deliberate planning could be thrown into the deep waters of my classroom, I made a decision that I am going to be actively engaged in the participatory process with those young people of driving these deep waters for all of those young people to discover the outcome and the pathway that works for themselves. I want you to think about that. I want you to think about the 4 parts of that matrix. Active versus passive. Intentional versus intended. And then I want you to think about your work as an educator from the past until now, whether you were 20 years in or 2 years in. And you're going to get in pairs, a different pair this time, somebody you haven't worked with. And you're going to make a working list of examples of active versus passive indicators, and examples of intentional versus intended indicators. What do you mean? I mean, where in our classrooms, where in our instruction, where in our assessments, where in our progress monitoring, where in our intervention, where in social work, where in small groups, do you see active indicators happening? And where do you see passive indicators? What are intentional decisions educators make? And what are intended kinds of indicators that you see? You're going to share out whole group, and a facilitator in the room, whether it's a network leader or somebody who is, again, just risen as a facilitator, is going to keep track on chart paper the agreed upon indicators. Now, you might say, Dr. Harvey, where are we keeping track of these? on those power and honor papers. Is that indicator of active something that has to do with power? Or is that indicator of something that's passive have to do with honor? Is that intentional indicator, that thing that you said is super intentional teachers do, is that a form of power? Or is that thing that you say teachers intend to do but very rarely do, is that a form of honor? So you keep using those power and honor charts to flesh out the indicators that you'll be sharing around the four parts of this matrix. All right. So you're going to take 15 minutes to do this. You're going to discuss collaboratively in pairs. You're going to make a working list of examples, active versus passive, intentional versus intended. You're going to share out whole group with your facilitator, keeping track on chart paper on the agreed upon indicators. In other words, your pair has to agree on that indicator before it makes it to a piece of paper. And then as a group, you're going to discuss any of the not agreed upon indicators and notice if that changes the list post-discussion. All right? You're going to discuss collaboratively in pairs, make a working list of examples. You're going to share out whole group, only the indicators that you all agreed on. And then as a whole group, you're going to discuss the not agreed upon indicators. And you're going to be noticing if any of those indicators make the agreed upon list after you all have had some time to talk. And instead of 15 minutes, because I realize it will take a time, you have 20. So we'll go until 11:50 with this. It's 11:30. I'll come back at 11:50, introduce our third concept, and we'll be off to lunch right at noon. All right. You have another 4 to 5 minutes to finish this up. And I'm going to give you your next set of instructions. Instead of going into our on-ramps, because I really want to honor the space that we have together and not rush that content. Instead of going into on-ramps, when you finish up this exercise of how the 4 parts of this matrix work, where you see indicators, where you see differences and agreed upon indicators, then you are free to go to lunch with this caveat that you will be in the gym at 12:50. That you will need to be back in the gym at 12:50, where you will begin your session and your time with Honored Teacher Fitzgerald. All right. So you'll be in the gym at 12:50 p.m. We're going to be starting a little earlier so that you can really honor your time with her. Lunch today will be served in the cafeteria on the 3rd floor, and lunch will be served in the 1st floor cafe. Do not go into the gym right now. Our leaders are still in active session. So you can go to the lunchroom, which I would encourage you to go there first, actually. Just go to the 3rd floor. Since you're on 6 and 5, go down to 3. Grab some lunch, rest, enjoy. Thank you for a strong morning. And we'll see you at 12:50 in the gym. All right? Once you finish up, you are free to go to lunch. We'll see you at 12:50.
Okay, Rob is, I'm just checking to see if Rob is in. He's not back yet.
I love that you brought it down to like a level that was just basically like very deep. It's very illustrating for me. Yeah. Like nature.